Welcome everybody. Hope you're all doing well. I'll be continuing with Gurumin today. It's been a little bit and I want to make more progress. So I think this is where I'm supposed to go next. I'm gonna check to see if there's anywhere else I can go first. I think up there is where I'm supposed to go. But yeah, it's been a little while. I'm wondering if it's not supposed to say anything there. I'm missing 2 enemies in there. But yeah, I had a lot going on in real life. But I am back now, and hopefully there's no audio issues or anything. If there's any issues at all that you guys notice, please let me know. You know what, I should probably type that in the chat, just in case. One moment, please. But yeah, chat overlay seems to be working, which is good. I think my mic should be working this time. Okay, since I mastered everything but one dungeon. I need to get back into the groove of this, relearn the controls. Should hopefully not take too long. I'm gonna try it on this level I've already done. I forget sometimes how much I really enjoy this game's music. Is there a way to pull up the map? I don't remember. I think there was. Gotta be on the lookout. I apparently missed 2 enemies in here last time. I don't know how much I can rely on my map, because sometimes there'll be stuff way off in the distance. So I gotta keep an eye out. Oh, I think I remember looking up what it was. I think an ability or something. Fire out, now that I think about it. Am I immune to traps from this? I don't remember. Have. I should probably leave this dungeon, but... But I'm gonna practice a bit. Try to get back into it. much when I'm trying to jump attack. Alright, I think I've gotten back into the groove. Alright, I'll have to come back to that dungeon later. I will continue.
Hey! What are you doing here?
Pino is somewhere up ahead.
That's not good. This is the Phantom Stronghold, the most dangerous place in this world.
But I have to save her.
Of course you do.
Okay, wish me luck.
No turning back.
Gonna learn how to put out the fires. We're gonna do like an ice one. I don't know where I could get one. Maybe something's opened up. I think the big cat guy. I can only assume there's something I need to get. I wonder if he was friends with one of the monsters. Hello. I like that she set it back to him. That's ever going to be important at all. Please. Oh, I think someone was coming out of the door. must sell what I need, yes? What am I missing? I'm not sure what I'm doing wrong. Like maybe I get the ice drill parts out of like a mystery bag, but I feel like I feel like I got them all right. Is there someone I need to visit? Ah. Oh, I thought he was gonna offer me. One second, please. I mean, I do like this minigame, so. I think if there's any way to stay in the air longer. The music is so silly. I absolutely adore it. Maybe if I somehow manage to beat my previous high score, it'll give me something. Oh goodness. The music. Goodness. I feel like I got lucky there. I can jump a lot farther than I think. So close. Can't believe I failed that. Wow. Free metal. Thanks. Surely there's something I'm missing. Almost ready to throw in the towel and just look it up. Maybe it's in one of these locations. Can I swim in the water? I don't know. Yes, I can. I've been here before. Don't know what that's for. I feel like I've been here before, so I probably did that already. I feel like this guy wanted a room actually. I don't think I've fought him since. Hello. What earth? See something? Something most likely obvious? Why does that even go? Ooh, maybe I can go under here. Aw, that's a perfect place for a secret. Welcome, Treviers. How have you been? Hope you've been doing well. Currently, I am at a total loss as to where I'm supposed to be. There's an item I think I need, but I don't know how to get it. I don't think I've been here before, though. Thank you for dropping by. Oh, that's great to hear. Glad your cat's doing well. Glad you're doing well, too. There's gotta be something with this, right? Oh, I forgot this was a thing, a magic herb. Okay, I think I might have figured it out. So I need a way to put out fire, and there are apparently 3 drill parts, and I have 2, fire and lightning, and I think there's like an ice one, and I think that's what I need, but I'm not sure how to get it. But I forgot that I can actually use these monsters' powers. I don't remember at all what they do though. Yeah, I just talked to pretty much every character on the map, and none of them seem to say anything, so I'm assuming I just have to use this. No. Maybe I don't use it on those. I don't actually know what those do.
Merry Christmas!
I'm guessing this is defensive. I'm very at a loss. I guess I'll just have to try this with each person. No idea what this is gonna do. Oh. It's actually really cool. So I have to assume that it's just one of these monster allies that just lets me use ice. Unless I need to use one of them on the those water things. Yeah, it seems like it'd be really useful. But yeah, I can borrow each of these monsters' power, but I don't think I've actually done it before. I don't know if I'm supposed to use the monster's power on these, or if I'm supposed to use them somewhere else to get the ice parts, because I assume the ice parts are what I need. I don't know. Wait a minute.
Visual.
Do you do anything? Maybe he like just attacks enemies. Okay, there's one more to try. And then I think I might just have to look it up because I really don't know where this is. I was thinking maybe I get it from, this is a blue one, so maybe he's ice. Hi, Richie. Welcome. Yeah, I saw all that, and I was very disappointed in, some of the behavior. But, I just try to ignore it. I beat, Zwei 2, by the way, Richie.
And I've been a good little girl.
Are you... I don't know what to do. Oh, well, a bunch of stuff happened, but to, basically, how do I put it? A bunch of Trails games are currently being localized, and there was a group that was kind of making their own translations. There's a lot more to it than that, and basically they were told to like take theirs down, and then some people got like really upset because of that. There's a lot more to it than that. Yeah, but and some people were like really upset over that, which is kind of surprising to me because it doesn't really make sense. Generally, from what I understand, when you're doing fan translations and stuff, if an official, like once it's licensed and like once somebody's officially localizing something, usually you kind of drop it already. So stuff like this doesn't happen. Because it does kind of infringe on the licenses. I don't think a lot of people are actually that upset about the licenses, to be honest, or the translations being taken down. I think a lot of people are upset because they just want the games faster. Yeah, that too. Some people were taking the translations that were made on like a spreadsheet and actually inserting them into the games, which was even more... Like, up to that point, Nisa hadn't really done anything to the spreadsheets, but then some other people were, like, taking it even further. And so Nisa kind of had to step in, I feel like. But I think the real reason people are upset is just because they don't like waiting a long time for the games. Yeah, I mean, Nisa worked with Gearfront and bought their fan translations. But those were like complete fan translations too, that had like a lot of work went into them. They took like 2 to 4 years to make, I think. While the spreadsheets are not as high quality from what I've seen, and they don't translate all the text, like most of the NPC text, which is a huge chunk of text. Yeah, I think like any other publisher would do the same thing, to be honest. I think a lot of people don't really understand how long it takes to localize the Trails games, or like understands the reasons why it takes so long. I think a lot of people look at some other JRPGs that are being released sooner, and they just compare them when they're in very different situations. Like, I guess I'll use Persona 5 as an example, even though I haven't played it and haven't really kept up with localization info on it, but I guess I'll use Atlas. Atlas is a much bigger company compared to Falcom, and they have their parent company is Sega, which is, you know, massive. They have their own internal localization branch, like their own Western branch for localizing. And the games that are made are less text-heavy than the Trails games, as far as I can tell. I mean, I could be wrong because I haven't played Persona 5 yet, but everything I've heard about it sounds like it has less text than the Trails games. But I mean, I could be wrong. But they also sell a lot more. They're more profitable. And even then, it still took like months for the game to be localized, and even Persona 5 Royal took months for that to be localized too. Yeah, I'm sure Persona 5 has like a ton of text. Because it's supposed to be like a really long game, and I think the Persona games are known for being like slow-paced and text-heavy too, to an extent. So it wouldn't surprise me. But basically, there's a lot of factors at play with localization, with Falcom. For one thing, a lot of small companies have issues with working on same-day localizations or passing on localization work to other publishers. It's not just Falcom, but small companies in general, from what I remember. Because somebody from Xseed once mentioned that it's not just Falcom typically doesn't start localization during development, but small companies in general, because they can't really handle the workload. So generally, Falcom has a policy of not really beginning localization until after the game is finished in Japan and releases there, because they work on the games all the way up until release 2. Like, they're still like fine-tuning the text and stuff like that. And so they usually can't really handle the workload. Yeah, it's Sega is massive. But I think that's one of the things, is that people look at like some Atlas games that are getting same-day localizations, like SMT5, I think, got one. But even though that's happened recently, look at how big Atlas is and Sega is, and how popular games like Persona 5 are, and all that stuff. And they've only just now started to get same-day localizations. And that's after, you know, the millions and millions of copies sold for their games and stuff. Trails isn't even like at that point yet. People are expecting it to be the same thing, which I think is a really unfair comparison. Ah, I didn't know that. I think Sega, I could be wrong about this, but I think Sega are the ones who localize the Yakuza games. So I think Sega do help with the localization. Because I think Sega, with Atlas, I think they have Atlas West as like their publisher, but I think Sega are the publishers for Yakuza in the West. Yeah, Clouded Leopard Entertainment is in a very different position than Nisa. I think some stuff might be faster, even if CLE were to take it up. Like maybe the licensing would be faster. But from what I've heard, Clouded Leopard Entertainment are not. They're not really familiar or as familiar with English localization. Like, the quality is not going to be there. So if they were to put out Trails localizations, if they wanted to meet the same standards that have already been set, I think it would take them a lot longer to do it. But realistically, I think they just wouldn't do it at all. They'd just put out worse quality translations faster. But of course, that's just me guessing. I mean, we don't really know. I mean, generally speaking, the localization process is that licensing, negotiating, all that stuff to actually get the rights usually takes around 6 months, from what I've seen. So it usually takes 6 months just for the scripts to even reach the translator's hands when it comes to Western localization. And then from there, it takes many months of translating and editing. And this is same for the fan translations as well. One of the people who worked on Geofront mentioned that even with the translation done, it still took them 14 months of editing, programming, something else I don't really remember off the top of my head. But some people, I think there's a lot of assumptions being made about the localization process from people who aren't really as knowledgeable about it, and they're getting upset about things that I don't think they should be upset about. Like, Nisa is using Geofront's fan translations as a base for the text, and some people think that means it should just instantly be significantly easy. Yeah, I'm quite certain Nisa has Kuro already, and they probably already started translation. If I'm going to be super optimistic, a very late 2023 release is not impossible, but I think 2024 is more likely, and to be honest, I would rather it release in 2024. It's the first game in a new arc, which means there's a lot of stuff they're going to have to come up with translations for the first time. And if there's like mistranslations, fundamental mistranslations from the start, I feel like that's going to carry over or create issues with later entries. And I could be wrong, but I think well, yeah, earliest, it depends, because Trails games can be localized in about 2 years. Cold Steel 1 was localized in a little more than 2 years. Cold Steel 3 was localized in around 2 years. So if Nisa has like a team that they can put on it, you know, like if they're not waiting for translators or editors to get done working on something else, theoretically they should be able to get it out by late 2023, which is kind of assuming that it's not going to be that smooth of a transition. Like Reverie, for example, is taking longer than 2 years, but that's probably due to like a bunch of different factors. So it just depends. Like, my assumption was that the people who were translating Reverie would move on to Kuro, and then the editors who were working on Reverie, when they're done, they'd work on Kuro, which would result in Kuro releasing a year after, based on previous translations. Because typically, if you look at something like Trails of Cold Steel 2, for example, that released 1 year after Cold Steel 1. And Trails of Cold Steel 4 released 1 year after Trails of Cold Steel 3. And it's not because those games only took a year to be localized, it's because work started on them earlier. It's like a... OMG Floofy described it as like an assembly line process. And that's how the localization work has gone, and that's also how Falcom develops their games. So once the translators are done translating the text of, say, Cold Steel 1, they move on to Cold Steel 2 while the editors begin editing the text. So... yeah, I would guess that the translation work has already finished on Reverie, or is nearly finished. It's hard to really tell because we don't really know what's been impacted during Reverie's localization to make it take longer than usual. You know, because if Nisa just had like a spare team ready to go as soon as Reverie released, and it took the standard time, it would only take 2 years. So it's taken a bit longer for some reason, probably a number of reasons. So we don't really know what's been impacted. But theoretically, it could very well be done being translated, and it's now been passed to the editors, and now the translators are now working on Kuro. It's very possible. That too, the porting. I don't know if has it been confirmed yet if Durante is doing the porting for Reverie or just Zero and Azure and the Udis PC port. Because if Durante's doing it, then yeah, I don't think the porting process has started yet because he's still working on Zero. I'm barely doing anything in the game right now, but I don't know what I'm supposed to do. I need to look it up. Yeah, typically the porting process, from what I've seen, usually takes around 6 months or so. Or at least the ports have released usually 6 months after, so porting is probably an influence as well on the wait time. The opposite of Sky 1 and 2. So with Sky 1 and 2, I assume you mean the localization. I'm trying to remember. With Sky, I don't know if they started work on Sky 2's localization like prior to 1 being finished. Like, I don't know if translators were already working on it. But I know that work on it was definitely stalled after first chapter sold really poorly on PSP. The way second chapter was localized is not really... What happened with second chapter was definitely not what usually happens with Trails games. A lot of things happen there that just don't usually occur. For example, after first chapter basically flopped on PSP, Falcom also didn't want to work on second chapter, so Exceed couldn't really begin localization work until they got the okay from Falcom. Or at least, well, there's a lot more to it than that, but... And then handing it off to, I hope I'm saying the name right, Carp Fulger. I should probably watch it. I don't think I've watched it before, but I was around during that, during the whole wait, because I played first chapter on PSP the year it came out. It wasn't right when it came out, but it was in 2011. No, yeah, I know what you meant. But yeah, I'd waited pretty much 4 years for it. So I tried following a lot of the localization news and stuff as it came out, reading a lot of the interviews and things. I don't remember the exact wording for everything, or all the exact details. I'd have to search them up, and it would probably take me hours to do so. There was just a whole lot of stuff that happened there that isn't really the norm for Trails localizations. But yeah, typically it takes 6 months to license the game from the Japanese release, and then the translators start working on it. And then when the translators are done, they'll go work on the next project as the translation work is handed off to the editors. And then it'll be edited, it'll go through QA, and then a whole bunch of technical stuff that needs to be done. Yeah, it's a lot of people who didn't have to wait and don't think they should have to, which is a little bit, to an extent, it's understandable. But at the same time, it's like, the West has gotten the games faster than Japan has. Like, we've had less time to wait. If Trails games had same-day localizations, the West would be waiting longer for the games. Like, I see some people mentioning, like, if I have to wait 2 years for the next Trails game, or 3 years for the next Trails game, I'm gonna lose all hype and all interest in the series. But 2 to 3 year long waits are not uncommon for the Japanese releases. you know, between Cold Steel 2 and Cold Steel 3 was a 3-year release. A 3-year gap, sorry. I haven't watched the VOD of you playing through it, and I think it might not even be there anymore. So I'm not 100% sure what you're referring to, but I think you're referring to the airship scene between Estelle and Annalise. Is that the scene you're referring to? Or is there more stuff that I'm not thinking of? Because I think that's what you're referring to. Because I saw part of it, I think. I don't... Yeah, East 10 is... It hasn't been confirmed yet, so we shouldn't, like, say that it will happen. Because Falcom could easily surprise us or something could change. But East 10 is very likely to be next year's release. I think it's unlikely for Kuro 3 to be next year for a variety of reasons. So, with Kuro... sorry, I'll get back to that in a second. I don't really remember that off the top of my head. It's been a while since I replayed Second Chapter. I want to replay the whole series soon. But yeah, I don't know. When it comes to Falcom games and like innuendos and stuff like that, it's pretty much just used for like humor. Like I don't think the game itself or the characters in the universe are ever like particularly serious. So I never really mind it. Like personally, I don't feel like if there's anything bad about it. But I guess it depends. Especially like without voice acting, sometimes you can read something in a way that can come off very different. Like you might read something and you'll get something else out of it, and then if I read it once, I might read it the same line and get like a different feeling from it. So maybe I'm like wrong there, but I don't think there's anything. I don't remember there being anything. Even just in Falcom games in general. Yeah, I do remember that. Well, actually, to be more specific, I don't remember it in early Second Chapter, but I do think there's another line like that later in the game that I do remember. As far as show don't tell, typically, I don't particularly like that type of writing, where it feels like the game's trying to, like, tell me that a character's good, instead of just writing the character being good. But I feel like the games write the characters very well, and I think the way that, you know, the telling, I guess, is used feels in character to me. Like, if Estelle was to say something like that, I feel like it would just be in character for her. Like, just to be... I don't know if spunky is the right word, but being so... What's the word? I don't know the word for it. Being so excited, I guess? I don't know. Just to shout it out. There's not, like, a lot of that, from what I remember. For specifically, you know, the shouting girl power, I think it only happens like, I only remember it happened once in Second Chapter, but if you're saying it's early in the game, then maybe it happens twice, but I don't remember that really being a thing throughout the series. Again, it was probably something that like the character just yelled out, and they probably intended it for it to just be kind of like funny. Typically stuff like that is done more so for humor, but I could be wrong. Like I don't even remember the line specifically you're referring to, so it could just be like a really clunky line, or maybe it was something that like was misunderstood in the translation or something like it could be a flaw, you know. I just don't really remember it. Generally speaking, I don't really remember having much issue with the scripts in the Trails games, or like really having much issue with the Falcom's writing. Because even the stuff that I usually don't care for too much, I don't necessarily think there's something like bad about it. Usually it's just not my style, or it's usually just something humorous. But I can see why there's definitely dialogue that could come off more unappealing, I think, or could maybe come off in a way that isn't it. So, you know, I don't want you to think that I'm like trying to say that you're wrong, or like you can't criticize it or something. And it's been a long time since I played it. I just don't really remember feeling that way myself. As far as the dubbing goes, I read not too long ago how long like the dubbing for Cold Steel took, and I don't remember what it was. It's either like a few weeks to like 2 months, something around there. I think the dubbing usually takes. The dubbing is usually done in conjunction with the localization, like after, like voice lines are usually translated and edited first, so that you can record them sooner. But I don't know if it would, like I don't know if it doesn't. I'm sorry, I'm not very good at wording myself, I apologize. I don't know if I would say that it doesn't affect the localization time, because you still have to schedule it, and you know, you might be able to account for it and like cause it to overlap in a good way that works, but it might not, due to scheduling, it might not affect the localization time, but it might also affect it in like minor ways. For example, the porting. From what I understand, the porting process of the games usually, or at least with previous Falcom games, didn't begin until after the game had already released and been localized. So now that they're being ported at the same time they're being localized, one would think that, you know, it'd be localized sooner because of that, or that there wouldn't be a delay. But it seems like there might still be some delay, despite it being done at the same time. So I think when it comes to stuff like dubbing and porting, and work being done simultaneously with the localization, I think there's no real way to know how much of an impact it causes. Like maybe it's possible no delay is caused by doing it at the same time. Maybe it's still causing some delays due to scheduling and budgeting and things like that though. But in general, I don't think it's causing too much of a delay. I think it's a lot of things that just add up over time. For example, with Zero and Azure, Nisa would have had to, you know, like negotiate and make the deal with Geofront themselves, and that would take time. You know, so even if you think that using Geofront's translations would cut down on time, there's still other factors involved. I have no idea where to go next. I'm sorry if I'm rambling, or if I'm not being like clear with what I mean, or if I'm not explaining myself well. I need to look up where this is. Otherwise, I'm not going to make any progress because I actually don't know where to go. I hope I don't sound like I'm being dismissive, though, of what you guys are saying. Oh no, don't worry. You're not sidetracking me at all. I much prefer having something to talk about than just being silent for most of this game. I'm very happy to talk. It's more my inability to be able to play while speaking, which is something I need to get better at. Oh, I remember where that is now. It's also me not knowing where to go. Because for some reason I just can't figure it out. Nope, this is the wrong one. Right, one of these? Was it this? There was a place I could visit here, and I don't remember where it is. Is this... There was an optional place here that I could visit, and I don't remember where... Oh, okay, here it is. You are new. You were not here before. Oh, progress! I don't believe it. Was this always here and I just never noticed it? I don't believe it. Could I have gotten this earlier? I'm so happy. I'm so glad I figured that out. Sorry I wasn't reading chat for a second. Yeah, I feel like I would have noticed that because before I even talked to her, I noticed on the map a path that went over there, and I was like, wait a minute, what's that? And then I talked to her, so I feel like that wasn't there before. And I think something in the story happened that caused like this boulder to explode, so maybe like stuff on the map changed and it wasn't there before. But before continuing the story, I'm gonna go get this clear over here. So now I should be able to do it. But yeah, earlier I was mentioning, Geofront, Nisa buying the Geofront scripts. And some people think that, having the scripts available mean a faster localization. But that isn't necessarily the case. So those were the last two guys I was missing to get the master of this one. I don't remember all the reasons given, but I remember that when Xseed was localizing or using fan translations as a base, typically it would take as much work, or it could take as much work, to use somebody else's translation as a base than to just localize it themselves. And I believe the reason why is due to how different somebody else's localization work would be. Not even just in terms of style, but like how it's formatted, I think. And that could create a lot of issues because one of the localizers, Hatsu, who worked on a bunch of the games, she said that she would never work on a translation that used somebody else's. Like, she would never want to use somebody else's translation as a base instead of just translating from the start, because it would just be too much work. And part of the reason she said that is because she had worked on second chapter using Cart Folger's translation, and it was just so much work that it was like affecting her health, how much work was required to get it up to speed. And that experience had made her like not want to use anymore. And there were times when Xseed had bought fan translations and they thought it would make it faster, but it didn't. And there were times where they decided not to use fan translations because it would be better just to do it in-house. And GR themselves, GR fan translations actually use another translation as a base. There was another translation prior to GR for Zero and Azure as well. And they used that as a base for their work. And even then, it still took them years to put out their translations. And I can actually use an example, two examples. For GR, it was that comment earlier about how after translation was done, it still took them 14 months. That was them using a translation, using another fan translation as well. And then for Xseed, Oath and Felghana, E3 to Oath and Felghana, Xseed had bought a fan translation and used that as a base, and it still took just as long. I remember there was an interview with Tom from Xseed, I believe, and they said they had 4 months to translate and edit Oath and Felghana, but because they bought the fan translation, they spent the 4 months editing instead. And it didn't result in a faster localization, but it resulted in a higher quality one. So using a fan translation as a base can help, but it doesn't necessarily make things faster. Yeah, there was a whole lot going on with that. I'm glad it eventually all worked out, but it was very taxing on a lot of people for a lot of different reasons. And I hope, oh goodness. And I hope, well, I wasn't planning on going here first, but, and I hope we don't ever have to have a situation like that again. Which also partly makes it frustrating when people say stuff like Nisa are slow, or they should just go faster or something. Because when you say like stuff like that in a very generic way, it sounds like you'd rather the translations just be rushed or have the translators be crunched or overworked. Because it's not really understanding why the work is slow. Because I understand why some people want faster localizations. Like, wouldn't it be nice if the games could be translated in a year instead of 2 years? Like I definitely agree. I think I'm really sad. I don't know if I can kill these guys anymore. Oh no. Surely this will melt it, right? Oh, it actually did. I was not thinking it would. I'm so happy. But when it's just said in a very go faster sort of way, it makes me feel like it's not really understanding of the work that goes into it. Sorry for not reading chat. I'll read it in a moment. I mean, there's a spot. Okay. I think there might be more than I thought I was safe. Does this actually pause the game? I think it does. I think they might have more than 1 or 2 translators and more than like a couple editors. I'm not sure, but I think they do. But the thing is, throwing more translators at the text isn't necessarily going to help either, because you can run into the situation of too many cooks in the kitchen. And you might be able to translate through the text faster, but then what if people translate things differently? You still have to, go over everything. Make sure it's all consistent. And I could be wrong here. I could be misremembering this. But I think with Ys 8, its initial localization, I think they put like a lot of people on it compared to like how many people are usually on Falcom localizations. I think they put a bunch of people on it and they tried to get the game out faster, and I don't know if you remember hearing a lot about it, but it was not good what happened with Ys 8's initial translation. And I believe with the retranslation, which was significantly better, they had less people working on it. And they like worked on it. I think it was editors, but I think there was a translator too. That it just ended up being much higher quality. Yeah, exactly. I think there already is a localization Bible. I know Exceed had one. And I think Exceed once mentioned that, somebody else took up the series that they'd like offer the localization Bible to them. I could be misremembering that. But yeah, but sometimes there are new terms though as well that you have to translate. I don't know if it would always be that simple either, because maybe things are written slightly differently, or there's a term that you think means this, but they mean it differently. Because the thing with a series like Trails as well is there are things that are translated that I'm a failure. There are things that are translated that you think are translated right, and then like 5 games later, you'll find out that there was some additional meaning to it that you didn't know. Or like this thing that at the time, you'd think like, yeah, this is the best translation for it. And then later you'd find out, oh, it was supposed to have all these extra meanings. And then it's like, well, that's great. I don't think there's an example I could actually use right now for where you are. But there's something that I believe comes up in 2nd chapter way later on that could mean something else, but as far as they could tell, only meant one thing. And I think they even talked to some fans, if I'm remembering right. I think like OMG Foofy even? I could be misremembering. I think there were fans that some people at Exceed had even talked to about the translation. And everyone was like, yeah, this translation seems fine. And then later on, the additional meanings came out, and it was like, well, that's great. With Chloe's name, I think it was just a mistranslation. I think that first chapter's localization, I think might have had more issues than the later Trails games that Exceed worked on, because they were still like getting into things, especially if you look at like the PSP version, because they put out a bunch of updates to first chapter's localization when it released on PC. Because there were some stuff in first chapter. First chapter had more translation issues and like typos and stuff that were fixed in the PC version, but I think some might still be remaining. Because the thing with Chloe's name is that it was basically a nickname made up of pieces of her first name and last name. And I think there was a misunderstanding or a mistranslation or something that associated that nickname with a certain character giving her that nickname. Like, I don't remember her name. Her friend from the school, Jill, with glasses. And so I think somehow there was a mistranslation or a misunderstanding that resulted in the nickname being assumed to have been made by her, which doesn't make sense because at some point, I won't say like more than this, but at some point there's a reference to Jill calling her calling her Chloe, like earlier on, or like when they first met, she was calling her that, which doesn't make sense. If Jill was the one to give her the nickname, then why was she going by Chloe already? You know. So that's all I'll say about that for now. But that was a mistranslation that's still in the game, I think. There's second chapter has examples in it. The best examples are in second chapter. They're like the only ones I can think of right off the top of my head. But I can't really say why without spoiling later games. I guess I could give Trails of Cold Steel as an example. Alright, is that the same thing? Hold on, let me think for a moment. I apologize, give me 1 second. With Trails of Cold Steel's original name, in Japanese it's Senno Kiseki, and there's no easy way to translate that name into English. The general meaning of it is like flash. You could say Sen means, but that's like a really literal translation of it. Falcom once said that basically the imagery that they wanted to invoke was the idea of light, glimmering, glinting, flashing, reflecting off of like a sword when you unsheath it. That's meant to be like the imagery. It's like when you unsheath a sword, the light that glimmers off of it, basically. And so there's no like easy way to translate that from a literal sense or from like a full meaning sense into English. But Trails of Cold Steel 1, the main battle theme is called A Glint of Cold Steel, which shares that imagery, you know, a glint of cold steel. And it also just sounds really cool, Cold Steel. And so one of the localizers, which I believe is also Hatsu, she had noticed the name. I don't think she knew at the time of like the unsheathing. I don't know if she knew or not at the time, but generally she thought like that was a good title for the game, Trails of Cold Steel, because it sounds good and it kind of still captures that meaning. And then when the idea was pitched to Falcom, because they pitched the title name to Kondo, and when they did that, he reportedly immediately smiled and went, "We had considered using that in the title ourselves at one point, so that's a perfect suggestion." And so that's how that came to be. And so the meaning of the translation was basically kept there through you know, good choices as well as a little bit of coincidence as well. It just ended up working out really, really well. So, and with Trails games, typically there's more meaning to the title than just what you would think literally. Because, you know, like Trails in the Sky, I mean, throughout like first chapter, I mean, you don't even like really travel to the areas on airship. You basically walk there on foot. But usually there's meaning beyond just what one would first assume. And so Trails of Cold Steel is a good example of that, of there being additional meaning and it working out. Sadly, there's some examples of it not working out as well that don't really have anything to do with the localization quality, because it's not something that like somebody could have known beforehand. There's a term, for example, in second chapter, and I can't like go into the details of it for spoiler reasons, but there's a term in second chapter that's used that could potentially have additional meaning to it. But at the time, there was no real indication of that. And so there was a more likely or a better translation choice for it at the time, given what they knew. And later on, it became apparent that, yes, that potential translation was also intended. Or like the additional meaning later came out. So it wasn't something that like they could possibly have known at the time. Because even the fans were like, yeah, no, the way it's translated is fine. I keep forgetting that. So it's stuff like that. So the more you know about, the more you need to try and get the fundamental translation as good as possible, because it can cause issues down the line. Well, I won't confirm or deny, but yeah, you'll have a... Compared to with first chapter, you'll have a better idea of the title after second chapter compared to first chapter. And yeah, that's all that really needs to be said. But same for Trails of Cold Steel. The titles of all the games will make more sense, like the more of them that you can say with the title. But starting from the beginning, it might not make too much sense. Even with Kuro no Kiseki. Like, there's... when you look at Kuro no Kiseki and the name it has, there's like a bunch of different things that could be meant by it. But since the arc is still ongoing, you don't have as clear of an idea of it. For example, the literal translation of it, there is something about it that we do know already. This is but the more literal translation for Kuro is to mean like black. So like some people are giving it the literal Trails in the Black translation, which is not really the intended meaning. But Kondo has talked about, the imagery behind the name is that it's meant to be like kind of like the saying that night is darkest before the dawn. It's supposed to be how it's the darkness before the dawn, basically. And it's supposed to be like that darkest point of the night. And so that's sort of the intent behind it. It's meant to be like that. Or at least that's the imagery behind it. But if you just looked at the title literally, you might not get that from it. Oh, I don't know what Chiyu project means. I don't know if it's something I should know and I was forgetting. I think there's even more meanings that you could get out of it. But I think Trails... Trails like Before the Dawn might be like a good title. Trails Through the Dark or Trails Through Darkness could be another good one. There's like a few different ways. It doesn't help that we don't know where it's gonna go though. Like before Kuro 2 was announced, some people were like, well, if Kuro is like Trails Before the Dawn, is like Kuro 2 gonna be like Trails at Dawn? Or like Trails of Light or something, So it's like there's so many potential things or directions that Falcom could go, or like meanings that only Falcom knows right now. But then there's a spin-off game called Akatsuki no Kiseki, I think it's called. And I think that one is also called Trails at Dawn. Or I think that's like a potential translation for that one. So I don't know if putting Dawn in the title would even be best in that scenario. Oh, I see. Yeah, I think I remember seeing G said before now. That's something. Looks like a 0, a backwards 5, and like a backwards 4 or something. I have no idea if that means anything at all. Whoops. Yeah, I guess my general point, which I've gotten so far off of, is you really want the initial translation for Kuro 1 to be about as good as possible, because it's either going to carry over to the other games, or they're going to have to fix it in later games, and then, you know, like, either way it's going to create, like, an issue. Like, if there's a mistranslation of something, they're going to have to, that you only become aware of in later games. And then if you fix it, but can't fix it for Kuro 1, you know, it's going to create issues, so. I would rather than not rush it with Kuro 1, especially. Like, in general, I wouldn't want them to, but, you know, like, it depends. Like, you can... No translation is going to be 100% perfect. And obviously there's going to be deadlines, and at some point you just have to say, you know, the game has to release. But with Kuro 1, the first game in an arc, especially if it's as text-heavy as I hear, like I hear it's like one of the more text-heavy entries, which I don't know if that's true or not, but I've seen it said a few times. I'd want them to take their time with that more than anything else. Camera sometimes is not the best in this game, in my opinion. I cannot see. See, I don't know, because I was missing 2. Oh, what on earth? Because I was missing 2 before, at a place where I didn't know where I was missing them. When I killed these guys initially, I killed a lot of them having them falling off the edge. And so I thought like maybe they didn't count because I did that. I know now how I missed the other 2, but I don't know if... Like, I'm still worried that if I knock them off the edge, it won't count for some reason. But maybe I should just... Because I don't want to have to do this level again. I want to kill them, like, over the ground. See, he definitely died right now. Can't see. Oh, did I get him? No, I didn't. Okay, there we go. It sounds like he died. But I wasn't sure if they actually died or if it like didn't get fair and please. I'm just gonna have to hope that I didn't miss anything and that they did indeed die.
Go! Go! Yeah!
I'm just gonna have to trust that I think that's everyone. I don't want to have to do this dungeon again. I think this is the end, right? Please. Please. I got a game over! No! And I took forever. Oh, shoot, I forgot. I'm a failure. Yeah, they definitely died. Oh. But so did I. Okay, I'll do it. I'll do it fast. Yeah, the thing I don't get as well is some of the people complaining about some of the games have played like some of the fan translations for the other games. See, the thing about that is that means they're like 4 games ahead, or like 2 games ahead, or however, whatever game they haven't played yet that they're upset about. It's like they wouldn't have to wait so long if they didn't play the translations already, you know? Like, if they didn't already play, like, Zero and Azure's fan translations, they'd be getting Zero this month. Like, the wait time between Trails of Cold Steel 4's English localization and Trails from Zero's English localization is less than 2 years. Like, it's been less than 2 years. Like, it has not been a long time. And we're getting Azure, Reverie, and Nayuta over the next year. Like, that is a ton of Trails games. I feel like a lot of people are overlooking that because they played a fan translation of one of them already, or 2 of them. So it's a little strange to me. Like, they're like some of them are like 4 games ahead already. It's like, I understand, like, if they have to wait longer. Like, maybe they played Zero and Azure fan translations and are just waiting for, like, Reverie. So I can understand, like, being a little sad that you have to wait longer than maybe you thought you were gonna have to. But you're still, like, 2 games ahead of everybody else in the West, you know? Like, I didn't play the fan translations, because, by the time the fan translations were coming out, Geofronts, it was already very likely that the games would get a localization. I had considered it. Like, I'd thought about maybe playing the fan translations, even though I'd much prefer just waiting for the official localizations. But once Falcom announced, like, the PS4 ports, I knew that it was gonna be localized. Because a big reason as to why Zero and Azure weren't localized in the first place was because they were on PSP, which just wasn't viable for localization at that point. And there was a PC version and there was a PS Vita version, but those weren't made or owned by Falcom. There were like tons of red tape and licensing issues, from what I remember being said, that prevented those from being viable for localization. So it wasn't until like the PS4 versions were made that a viable version even existed. And Falcom, Kondo had even explicitly stated that the reason that Falcom, or not the, there were obviously, I think that few things are done just for like usually factors. But the primary reason why the ports were made of Zero and Azure, the primary reason they were made was so that the games could be localized in the West. So like when he said that, and even before that he said like one of the reasons they were made was for their games to hopefully be localized. But it became just extremely likely. The missables. are you referring to like missable optional content in the Trails games? Or like this game? I apologize, I'm not sure what exactly you're referring to. And if you are referring to like Trails games, by missables, do you mean like side quests, the book series? And do you mean like, is there more missables? Or do you mean like the book series are better? Like, I'm not entirely sure what you mean. Sorry. For this game, I just really like trying to get the highest score on them because I think it's fun. Like, it's really doable. In Gurumin, it's easier than all the other games that have missable stuff in them, from what I've seen. Like I don't have to get the highest score on this. I just want to because I think it's fun. I might not even do it for all the dungeons if I get like tired of it, but I just like it. It's like a fun challenge. Like, it was much harder to get higher scores in Zwei 1 and Zwei 2, and I think Tokyo Xanadu is also harder. Unless I'm misremembering. It's been a while since I've played Tokyo Xanadu. This room is always the one that I'm most scared of, because I feel like it's so easy to miss. I would say once you get to like Cold Steel 3, it's a lot harder to miss stuff because there's like a lot of markings for them. Like, I think there's more optional content, but they also give you like indicators for them. I'm trying to remember. Prior to that, I don't know for Zero and Azure, because for Zero and Azure, they got like PS4 ports, and then I know Geofront like added some stuff to it, and some of those, like, they added some quality of life things to those games. And I know Durante is adding some of those quality of life elements to his PC and Switch ports that he's making. So I don't really know for those ones, but Sky the Third doesn't have as much missable content. Well, it sort of does, but it has optional content, but the optional content is like more important. And if you look for them, they're not as hard to find. And they're not as easily missable. Like, you can find them later. Yeah, there definitely is missable content. Like, there's hidden quests, there's hidden book series still. There's other things too, like you already know that there's like food recipes and stuff, but I think Cold Steel 1 and 2, for example, there's like a character that you can like report your food recipes to and you'll get rewards for it. So in that sense, there's missables, though I don't know how important I consider that game to be. Generally speaking, I view missables or like the optional quests and even the side quests, I kind of view that in the same light as NPC events, where you don't really need the majority of it to like get a lot out of the story or the game. It's more like extra. Like, you'll get more out of it, but it's not really necessary to like, understand the story and stuff. And I guess it depends on like which side quest. Because there's definitely exceptions to that, but for the most part, you know, like in the first chapter, I think there's like a the cat side quest at the start of the game, if I'm not misremembering, and I think that's optimal. It's like if you do it, you might get like some extra characterization for like Stella and Rocket, and you get to like see their personalities more as they like find the track, how they approach it. And there's like extra humor, I guess, you get out of it, but it's not really important. So I view a lot of it like that. Like, if I don't find every book series or, like, every newspaper issue, I don't really consider it that big of a deal. Especially for the book series and stuff, because I can just look those up and read them. And it might actually be better to do that as well, because I can just do it on my own time and have them all at once. So, I don't know, really. Welcome, Cream Crowley! So Sky the Third, there's a lot less towns and town exploration that you're doing, and you're going through more dungeons. There's definitely a lot more dungeons. I think calling it a dungeon crawler makes it sound a little bit more dungeon focused than it is, because there's definitely stuff you're doing outside. Like, you're not just doing the dungeons. Like, to progress the main story, you're going like from one dungeon maybe to like another dungeon, but there's definitely a lot of story stuff in between and combat still. There is some town stuff, but I think with Sky the Third, I do think. Oh, by the way, Cream Crowley, I hope you're doing well. Thank you for dropping by. I hope you're having a good day. But for Sky the Third, it is a bit. It's a point of contention, I don't know if that's the right word, that the game, and I partly agree with this, moves a little too much away from the towns and a little too much towards dungeons. I actually don't think that it's too dungeon focused, because for the Trails games, a big focus is the dungeons and the towns and the NPCs, and I don't think it needs to be as focused on that as first chapter and second chapter. I think there's leeway to be less focused on that for third. But I think they went a little too far with it in third. Probably out of necessity more than just a game design decision. Because third released 1 year after the second chapter did. And I believe the year after that is when the PC market kind of dropped. And Sky the Third was already not planned after a bunch of other stuff not being planned initially. Which isn't to say anything of the game's quality, just that like they might not have been able to spend as much time on that as needed. And so that might have been like a reason as to why. But yeah, Sky the Third is more streamlined and linear, which I think is good for the game, even though I think it was a little too much in that direction. I could share more of my thoughts on that if you want, on third, without story spoilers, of course. But because third is one of my favorite games in the series, and I don't mind giving my thoughts on the game and its place in the series if you're interested. But I don't know how much you want to know. Like, I wouldn't spoil anything story-wise, but I don't know how much you want to know about like the game itself. Yes, Kevin is the main character of Sky the Third. Kevin is also one of my favorite characters, and I love it in third. I actually like him more than Estelle. Like, I think Estelle is a great protagonist and a great character, but I also just don't. I'm not like a huge fan of that archetype or archetype. Like, I prefer characters like Kevin compared to characters like Estelle. So for me, I like Kevin more. Even though Estelle... Like, obviously, Estelle has, like, 2 main games worth of focus where she's, like, protagonist, while Kevin gets, like, 1. Obviously, he's in 2nd chapter, but, yeah, like, he only gets, like, 1 game as protagonist. So there isn't, like, as much you can do. He's not the same type of protagonist that, like, the protagonist of an arc would have, like Crossbell's protagonist or Cold Steel's protagonist, you know. They're like main protagonists of an arc, while Kevin just kind of gets like a game. Yeah, and they're more traditional type of a hero or protagonist, which is like not a criticism at all. It's just not as much my style. Although I say that, and my favorite protagonist is Ring, the protagonist of Tales of Cold Steel. Although I would argue that while he's in some ways similar to, you know, a standard, he fits the role in a standard protagonist would. There's also a lot of things that are handled a bit non-traditionally with this character, I think. Or that you maybe don't see as often. Which I think is true for Estelle as well. So maybe, you know, it's not, maybe he's not really. But, I just really like his character. Like, I wouldn't say any of the protagonists I've seen so far are, like, bad or mediocre or even, like, a step below some of the others. If I was to put any protagonist towards the bottom, it would probably be, like, from a more... If I'm trying to be more objective, then I wouldn't say that... I don't know if this is being objective at all, but if I'm trying to be more objective, I'd probably put characters like Kevin more towards the bottom, if I had to compare a protagonist, just because he only gets, like, 1 game. So there's... Even though a game is obviously, like, a lot, you can do a lot in a game, and the character's definitely awesome, comparatively, there's only so much you can do compared to, like, Estelle. Like, even if he gets, like, a ton of development or backstory or something, there's only so much characterization or interactions you can have. I haven't seen or, like, read a lot about Trigun, so I don't really know a lot about Vash the Stampede. But for Kevin, I would say I do like his personality, and I like his story. And that's about all I can really say about it, without getting into specifics. I think he's entertaining. Like, Estelle is obviously a very entertaining and, like, humorous character, but it just comes down to preference. I personally don't really prefer characters like Estelle, which is just more of a subjective thing, compared to characters like Kevin. Even though, like, they're both humorous characters, I don't know. I mean, you'll have a better idea once, you know, you play the games and that kind of stuff. He's obviously not as big of a character in the 2nd chapter. Like, I think he's, like, barely in the game even as of where you are at so far. I realize now that I'm going slowly in this because I'm talking. I really, really hope this doesn't cost me my score. No! Goodness. I need to get better at playing while talking. Please. Give me the score. I don't want to do... No! I missed one somewhere. And I took forever. Yeah, I don't disagree with that. I'm gonna come back to that later. I'm just gonna progress. I'll progress the main story now. Just thinking about it, I don't think I've made any progress in the main game. Well, no, I've made progress with getting the item, but no, like, progress. How long have I been streaming for? I'm scared to find out. It's gonna say I've been streaming for like 3 hours or something. Okay, less than 2 hours. See, I'm scared to put the ice gear on now because I'm gonna like freeze something. This is probably what they want me to have on. I'm worried I'll like freeze something. Oh. Okay, fire is definitely the way to go here. Actually, is this gonna turn it into water? Or is it gonna like melt? I take damage. Oh, whoops. Was that sign saying it can like push these? Watch this box mean absolutely nothing. Do I need to put the box there? But what? Oh. Oh, I see. Okay. Progress. The box puzzles in this game are significantly easier than the box puzzles in Vanity Next. These guys are dangerous. Wow, that accomplished nothing. Oh no.
Owie! Yes!
Well, hello there. Oh, I forgot I gotta... Missed anything? I don't think so. little bit. Yeah, I gotta remember that's there. Trevius, what are your thoughts on Open Falgana so far? I don't remember if I've asked you before, so I'm wondering. Oh, could I have made that? Could I have just jumped there? Will this lead to the treasure chest? I'm gonna assume so. It did not. Don't really need.
Heavenly.
My memories of this is so awful. Please. Okay, how do I make it? I get the feeling I need like Wow, you're really gonna take me right past it. Okay, I just have to jump for this. Is that a monster that appeared over it? Yes, it was. So I can actually make that if he stayed over there. Aw, man. Please, sir. No. Oh, goodness. Please, sir. Yeah, it's definitely the hardest East game, so on the bright side, all the other East games will not be as brutal. Oh, does this move? More of these? Like, can I go back here? Is this gonna go somewhere else now? Nope. The easiest East game is probably 9. Well, I guess I should Ah, I see. Yeah, it'll be interesting. I could definitely see why it would be like an 8. Well, I guess I'll share my thoughts sometime after we beat the game. I will say I wish there was more Doki. Like, there's Dogi, but I wish there was more Dogi. I'm pretty sure I could have just made the jump. But I'll have to with the way the game in practice. Maybe it deletes the test from existence if I don't do it this way. Oh my goodness, you tease! I'm in love with this. Oh my gosh. Wait, no, it just let me back. I thought it was teasing me, like going around the chest. I'm making the jump.
Nine.
Oh my goodness. No! Go.
Ow.
Okay, what does this do? I have to know. Wait, is this not? Oh, it's a gift. Okay. That would be very interesting. I feel like some people can beat him really quickly though. Like on Nightmare. To the point where I feel like fighting like someone who's able to beat. Like someone who's got beating Dark Fact down probably won't have much issue with him on the easier difficulties anymore. So I think if anything the hard part would be beating them all in one go. I don't know, I feel like beating that would be easier than beating, like I would beat that game similar to beating East 3 on Nightmare. Like sooner. I mean, I have to assume I just can't get that yet. But maybe I can. I have to try. Yeah. Maybe I can like charge up my drill. Maybe I just charge it up and launch myself. Can I do that while jumping? No. Well. Okay, that worked exactly the way I didn't want it. At this point, I just have to accept that I can't get that yet. Oh, be forgotten. Thank you so much. Thank you so much for the raid. Welcome. And welcome, raiders. I hope you're doing well. I hope you're all having a good day. And I hope you had a good stream. You know, I don't think I've used this yet. I have to... Let me see if this works. Ah, there we go. No problem. Thank you for dropping by. Yeah, it looks like it did. Good luck. Good luck at the store. I should hopefully still be streaming for a little while. Like for a good bit. I'm still having fun. Oh, this just goes back there. Yeah, I don't know how to get that chest. I can't just make that jump. Having a lot of fun right now. Oh goodness. Oh, I thought that hurt me a lot more than it did. It just... I don't get that chest, I can't get the high score. So it's not uncommon for there to be chests I can't get yet. Goodness. Thank you for dropping by as well, Night Raindrop. Sorry. I saw that it's Night Train and I was like, wait, that's not what it says, is it?
Ooh.
Right. Might as well use this just so I have space. There we go. Do I take damage for running into this? No, I don't. I thought it would for some reason. Oh no, I didn't want to break that. Perfect. First, it's a ton of time. Second. There we go. And I figured out the best way to get to that switch. I did not see that. Do I just ride this guy? So far, I'm really liking Gurumin. Oh, wait. Hold on. Okay. Okay, I cannot kill you. If that was an enemy, I'd probably need to. The music's really great. It's very fun. Can I break this? Nope. Gameplay's pretty good. It's not, oh, I missed something else too. Not just one chest. It's probably like a secret chest. I got 2 items I can give over here. Like, I do have some minor complaints about the gameplay. The camera sometimes. I thought this would... Oh my goodness. Is that not what you wanted? Oh. That's not what I was expecting. Yeah, Chucky, the ducky. I think I want to go this way first, because the other way is probably to progress the main story, which makes me not want to go there. New music. Oh, this song. Dude, the music in this game is so funny. I absolutely adore it. This song vaguely reminds me of Crash Band. I am worthy. Probably don't want to charge this. Miss anymore. Slippery. Get from missing the first jump and having to go back the wrong way.
Hey!
I'm ashamed of myself. Jump off. I've already gotten everything. I can just go here and now. That was a good one. What's that sound? Characters dying? Well, that's spooky. So bad I'm missing the easiest jumps. Okay, come on. Is that a shadow? I don't know what this is, but it looks intimidating. Just seeing a shadow of that, not knowing where it's coming from. I played that very, very poorly. Thank goodness for a healing station.
That's better.
I seem to be playing okay now. I really like this song, by the way. This game can be very silly, and I do like that. has a very distinct feel to it, I feel like. A very... Oh goodness. Yeah, I'm gonna fight that one. There we go. Didn't get many coins from it though, sadly. I mean, I say sadly, but I don't think I need any more. I bought everything in that one shop.
Owie!
I can use some health.
Refreshing.
This should be doable. Sorry I'm not talking too much. Can't think of anything to say. I think there's an issue with the game every once in a while, where if you move and then attack, you'll do like a special move like this. Instead of just moving and then attacking, what I'd like to be able to do. So sometimes I'll just accidentally do this moves when I don't want to. It's a little bit annoying. It's not really a big deal. Like there I didn't actually intend to charge. What I'm wondering is if I missed anything over on that side. I would think not snow. I think not fire. Okay, that seems pretty. Oh yeah, there's definitely some stuff over here I missed. I have a lot of money, but I bought everything in the store. I wonder if he's gonna get new items. Aha. I think I've gone everywhere else I can. It's part of the dungeon. Yeah, I still think this song sounds a lot like a Crash Bandicoot theme. And then need to get in here first. I don't think those enemies count. Well, I missed two, so I guess we'll find out at the end. Four. Yes, four. There's five I missed. Goodness, I missed so many. I hope they don't count. I really hope they don't. I guess I saw a lot of red, so is there gonna be like a lava place? Maybe like the next level, or there's like a level underneath. Oh, just one enemy. It was probably back in that big room. There's probably like one spot I could stand where an enemy would fall from the ceiling. That's what I'm guessing. I don't know where else I would miss one enemy. I should check back at the town. Yeah, I want to see if anything's changed. Alright, I got a mystery bag. Oh, I didn't... $100. That does not buy me a shortcake. I was scammed. Is there something more for me to buy? Immune to traps, and I take less damage. There's a lot of things on this one. Hello, Benone. Welcome. Yeah, I'm sorry. I haven't been on a lot. I've had nothing bad, but I've had a lot going on in real life. A lot of stuff I've had to take care of. I wanted to do another stream sooner after my last Sanity Next stream, but I wasn't able to. I'm doing good. I'm having a good day. I'm planning on doing a longer stream today. It's been a while since I played Gurumin, and I really wanted to get back to it. I hope you're having a good day. How are you? How have you been? Ah, this is the place I saw earlier. I've been trying to. The song has been one of my favorites so far. It's so silly. Make sure you take care of yourself as well. Really busy. Yes. I'm actually making some good progress in the game now. I was stuck for a little while. I thought they would have survived. Ah, good luck at work. Do I have something that makes me immune to fire? Hopefully this will be good. Immune to traps. Over this chest. Oh, okay. I didn't know that was gonna happen. Coming over here even do anything? Just led to an enemy. No cracks in the wall. Oh wait, nope, it is. And it led nowhere. Okay, this entire place was worthless. I keep feeling like I'm gonna fall off. This is gonna be a hard jump. not worth it, but I need it for the platinum or the gold. Very, very, very simple. I like it. Fuck it. That way. This looks like the way I'm supposed to go, so I'm gonna go this way. Thank you all for dropping by the way. I really appreciate it. Just wanted to mention that. Even just lurking, it's nice to know that people are enjoying the stream. I know I'm not the best at this. If I thaw him out, will they befriend me? Excuse me. I would just like to thaw out your friend. I saved him. Reward me. It didn't do anything. Mystery bag. Very happy. Oh, I thought I got that off. There we go. Little hidden things. What, you can grab it. There we go. Do I want to go this way first? No, I want to go back that way first. I will make the jump. What was that? gonna be the one thing I can't use, isn't it? It is. No. Yeah, I need to wait for this to wear off, and then I need to take damage. I wonder if just finding the chest is good enough, if it counts. I don't know what that does. What's that for? I mean, I have a reason to go back now. Temporarily protects drill energy, restores lost drill energy. So I'm at max, so I need to get hurt. I didn't use this. Now that's gotta be what's in here. There we go. Where does this go? Oh. Is that? Ooh, generates drill power. I'm not making this at all. Oh wait. Oh. Should be close to the end of this level, I think. Just because this is a big room. Don't really need help. I don't see myself really ever swapping. The headgear I have on. I feel like the one I have on already does everything I ever need. I think I've done it. Ah, there's a bit more. Makes sense. I took a little while to get that last room. I think everything before that wasn't that much. I'm gonna need to spin that. See, I didn't mean to do that. I didn't mean to do any of that either. Damn. Fuck you. Stuff below this gonna fall off. Or... Seems like I can circle that. Looks like a way back up. That was fun. Well. I don't have any idea where to go. Oh, hello. Oh, okay. He went flying. Hello. Why did they all drop in here? Wasn't even anything important here. That looks like the way I'm supposed to go. This also looks like the way I need to go. That enemy has a health bar. Do they all have health bars? Did I just not notice that? This way has to be the way back up, right? It seems like the other way is the way I'm supposed to go. Should be immune to traps, right? Yeah, I can just walk through these now. Makes it so much easier. There's so many ways I can go. Is this just an empty space? Seems like it. I have to miss things up here, so I have to go back up. Ah. These guys are.
Gotcha! Yeah!
There we go. One thing I really like about the enemies in this game, the way the gameplay is how regular enemies just have this extra gear on them that changes. Wow, I almost missed this. That turns them into stronger enemies, and you can drill the pieces off. But underneath all the armor and stuff, it's just like the regular enemies. Oh, I'm damn dying. There we go. Well, that's a new area. I don't want to go there yet. I hope I didn't miss anything. I hope this is just it. Like after this, I just get a high scroll ranking. Like that's like a wizard enemy because he has the staff, and if you knock the staff off, he's just a regular enemy. Or a regular tougher enemy. But I do like that. So this was another way I could go. gonna say like I missed one enemy or 2 plots or something. I'm gonna be sad. I feel like I got everything. Please. I think that was it. I think gold is the highest I can get. So there are 2 areas I still need to clear. Or master. Right, 2? Or did I? Let me check real quick. Did I? Oh, I think I skipped this because I didn't do it. Okay, 3 I need to master. Wonder if this will unlock the area in the top left. Oh, was that it? It seems like that needed to be done to progress. Ew, she tried to steal my diamond! What the heck was that? I haven't done this, dude. I do. I guess I give these to people. Oh. Is that all it is? Or can I give it? I can't buy anything from them unless I sell them the diamond. No. I'm gonna see if I can give it to someone. Hello. How many do I have? Not enough. No. I have found your pet. I wonder if she wants the diamond. Do you want the diamond? The diamond might just be for selling then for money. Do I have anything else? No. I can't go there yet. Well, I don't need to clear up this yet, so I guess I'll just progress for now. I should save.
Well, well. Your visit is an honor, but I cannot let you pass.
I am in a hurry. Please stand aside.
I'd love to, but I don't want to.
You leave me no choice.
I like the cat monster's voice. Not sure I love the favorite character's voice.
Ha! Yeah!
This is such... so over the top, I love it.
You should have gone into retirement.
Not while I can still be useful.
Yeah!
Your friends would not approve of your plans.
Huh? You figured it out? No matter. Even you, the legendary warrior, can't stop me now. She's here.
We will finish this later.
I don't know what to do. I'm entertained, at least. Taking 0 damage from that now. Means I should be able to just run through all this stuff. That's an intimidating thing to see you turn in the corner. Taken any damage so far. I'm really glad I got my upgrades. Sunset! Thank you so much for dropping by. Thank you for the lurk. Yes, I am winning. I'm actually having a lot of fun right now. It took me a while to figure out how to make progress, because I was a little stuck for a short bit, but... Things have been going very smoothly since then. Just making my way through some dungeons, really. Oh, I jumped over that. How have you been, Sunset? You mentioned you're on lunch break, but how's your day been? Has it been going good? Hopefully, work hasn't been too rough. Close enough. I'm glad these cannons are much easier to deal with than the cannons in Slide 2. That's 5-1, I guess. Church. Yes. Ah, let's see. Oh, that wasn't my intention. Do I have to break it from far away? I thought I'd have to drill to break those, but maybe I don't need to drill. I must be missing something. Karen, that's not typically how you climb ladders. Maybe I need to break those. Ah, okay. That makes sense. Should have thought of that sooner. I almost missed. I wonder if I accidentally lit that. Oh no, I need to turn it off. I need to unlight it, right? Right? I wonder if I lit all of these on accident already. I can't tell. I must have to unlock it, right? I cannot believe how bad I am. I'm amazed I've managed to beat any of this game on Nightmare. Okay, that was the correct thing. Please, just hit him. Thank you. There we go. How do I get to that treasure chest? Do I just jump? I'm gonna see if I can get that chest now. I just supposed to jump off. Which is going to be the hardest thing in the world for me. Please.
Heaven.
There must be like an item that lets me go farther, or like fly or glide or something. I just don't have it. I'm pretty sure I don't make this, but I'll give it one try. I can't believe I made that.
Woo!
That is ridiculous. if that would work. Oh, but the fact that it did now makes me wonder about the previous chest. If there's some way I could have gotten it. Almost failed that jump. Really tripped that. That was what I intended. I think I did everything. Right? I don't think I missed it. Yeah. That went pretty well. Take a sip of my water. Gonna mute for a moment. Alright, back now. Sorry about that. That area that unlocked looks like it's gonna be a boss fight. Okay, I think I'm just gonna sell this guy a diamond. Still has nothing else to buy. I have all this money I can't use on. Attack damage up. Generates. You're never going to use most of these. Don't have anything of note. Not really anything to do except progress. Or I could try to go for the master on those other levels, but I think I'm gonna put off trying to get masters, at least for a little bit, just so I can make some progress. this isn't a boss room. I'm gonna save. I'll just do it.
This place is beautiful. Where are we? What's this? We can't get through with this thing in the way.
There's gotta be some way to get through.
You mean more switches?
I don't think it's a switch.
What should I do?
Take a look around and see what you can find. Pino must be somewhere ahead.
Okay.
I'll avoid stating the obvious for now. Welcome back. Hope everything's going good at work.
What?
No. I am too late.
Oh, no.
The time has come at last.
What?
Tokaron's revival has begun.
Tokaron? That sounds kind of familiar.
I told you about him. He's the great dragon that attacked this world long ago.
You mean the dragon?
I was
imprisoned
thinking of
with
the exact
skull?
same thing.
Yes, the one trapped by a human hero and a monster warrior. That was your grandfather and this monster here.
My grandpa? The hero? And Motaro? You were the monster warrior?
But it is to you, descendant of the courageous hero, that I owe my success.
What are you talking about?
This.
You!
The prince was Puku in disguise. He fooled all of us, monsters and phantoms.
All went as planned. The only thing that can break the crystal imprisoning Tokaron is that drill. And I needed you to wield it.
We just helped the bad
Fighting
guy.
his servants. Finding the drill so you could save him from his kidnappers. It was all part of his plan.
Even saving Pino from the dog? And meeting the other monsters?
Of course.
I feel like
it
I've
was
seen-
all planned. I needed you strong, so I had you fight.
I feel like I've seen that mask somewhere else in the game.
But
I
the
don't know if it's the
charade
same
is
one.
over.
Why are you doing this?
Why? To get revenge on humankind.
On us? What did we ever do to
Enough
you?
talk. Tokaron is back. There is something I must do.
You call, Master?
The hero's descendant and the monster warrior are powerless to stop me. Just sit back and watch.
Wait!
He went inside. That is where Tokaron is imprisoned.
We have to go stop him.
I kind of saw it coming from, 1,000 miles away. Though I also knew about it before I played the game. It's like the only thing I was spoiled on. Although I'm absolutely certain I would have caught on to that very quickly. See, as far as this game doesn't take itself super seriously, which I really like. Like, it has a very simple, cartoony, straightforward story, but it's very amusing and entertaining and funny. The music as well. For the voice acting, I actually really like Perrin, the main character's voice. I think she does a really good job. I like his voice too, but that other guy, the green hair, I don't really like his voice. I don't think, I don't love it. Was I supposed to? Did I go the wrong way? I did go the wrong way. I didn't know which way I came from. Well, immediately when I entered, it showed a cutscene, and then it just showed us in this area. So you'd think when you return, oh, that looks like the way I'm supposed to go. But no, I'm supposed to go this way. Maybe I just wasn't paying attention. I did call this being a boss fight though, and this seems like it's going to be one. It just looks like a boss fight arena. Actually, hold on. Might be a cutscene first.
Are you still here?
You think I'm just going to let you go? What's this all about?
Quiet! I didn't want to hurt you, but you leave me no choice. Get her, Giga!
Another new song, I'm excited.
Punch her, Giga! Punch her, Giga!
Oh, I don't know what I'm
Punch her,
doing.
Giga!
Man, I love being excited to hear new songs in Falcon games.
Go, Giga!
Uh-oh. I'm terrified. I don't know how to fight him. I'm gonna pause for a second so I can re-chat. Yeah, her name's Elisa. I actually love her voice. I think it fits the character perfectly. I think it's well acted. Although I can understand someone just not liking how someone's voice sounds. But his voice, I think, is just... Well, I don't know. It might be intentional. But, yeah, I saw you mention earlier you got the rest of the Cold Steel games. I can't remember what chapter were you on in Cold Steel 1. Yeah, that's possible. You're still on the first game after all. Still, you know, the rest of the game, and probably the other games too. So. Yeah, how far into Cold Steel 1 were you? Like what chapter? Or what location? Whichever you can remember. I definitely need to drill that. We're still relatively early in the game. Since you bought Cold Steel 2, 3, and 4, I was wondering, have you decided whether you're going to play the older games after Cold Steel 1 before continuing on? Or were you still like undecided on how you were going to go about that question?
Punch your Giga!
Yeah, I think he's like just about one shot.
Owie!
Get her, Giga!
I'm getting hit so much.
Take that!
Okay, I think I got it. That's just a face too. I guess I still have him to fight. I probably won't fight him here. I'll probably run away. Unless we just beat him.
Ready to give up?
You haven't won yet. I'll fight you myself.
About time.
There we go. I figured it seemed a little bit easy.
Gotcha!
That hurt. Yeah, going back after Cold Steel 1 is probably a good idea because, one more probably a good idea because Cold Steel 2 is less kind about the spoilers and references compared to the first game. But at the same time, it's not too bad. It starts to become like, I would argue, pretty important. I can go into why if you want, like as far as like the series structure. I might have. I cannot hit this guy. Maybe fire is causing me to not be able to damage him. You said I just started Jack Move last night. After that, I'll go to CS. What is Jack? I think I need to break his arm. Just that doesn't seem to work. Unless it was the element. No, it just straight doesn't I didn't mean to be done. I see. Congrats on beating Center Point, though. It was pretty good, I take it. Oh, I thought I used this. I don't think I win this. I think I lose this fight. Oh, I thought I could jump over. I can't jump over that. I can't use any skill moves. I'm down to half health. Am I just bad? Am I... Maybe I'm supposed to use a certain... Feels like a certain... Oh, he's not. Wow, I get destroyed. There we go, I discovered what I needed to do. I think I win this match.
Checkmate.
That's my line.
What?
I just needed to buy time. By now, Tokaron should be free. Come, Tokaron, blessed dragon of destruction! It's too strong! I can't...
Cuckoo! What happened?
Tokaron swallowed him up. The dragon is even more powerful than before.
Where'd he go?
Judging by the direction, Great Fang.
Great Fang?
A giant cleft, it cuts through many worlds. That is where we fought to imprison Tokaron so long ago.
Really?
It is said that once Tokaron used Great Fang to travel between worlds, including the human world, bringing destruction wherever he went.
We can't let him destroy another world. Let's go!
Yes, we must follow him.
Come on!
Practice it. I wonder if there's 5 more levels left. So that's probably where I need to go. Sorry, I wasn't reading the chat for a moment. Alright, that's good to hear. I'm glad to hear it was good. Oh, another new song. And down. I'm guessing one of them doesn't have the cape. I'll have to go check. Did I get an item from this? I think they only appear on the first level of each monster. Okay, where were some of them located? One was here, right? Maybe just further along, like... Okay, not him. I've only just noticed it this stream, but parents' footsteps are so loud. Is it here? Yeah. I feel like they don't have a cape or like their eyes don't glow red. That's what I'm guessing. It's not gonna be here, right? Yeah. I feel like I saw it relatively recently, so it's probably like in the mountains over here, right? Be here. Have I unlocked any places, by the way? Doesn't seem like. No, I must be missing something. Seems like it's whenever a dungeon area swaps. Missing one. Is that like an obvious one? Which one is different? maybe one is on the left side instead of the right side. You know what, that's probably it. It was probably was it the guy by the mountains? I think it was, right? Pimento Mountain. So, Pimento? Is that correct? I wonder if after that story scene, if like shops and stuff updated. Let's see. Pimento is what I think it is, right? I cannot believe this. Maybe it's a location whose whole name can fit into there? Oh, maybe it doesn't want the mountain. It wants the very specific part of the mountain. That would make more sense. This is Fairy's Nest, Sky Steps, Star Ridge, Dragon's Back. Okay. That's probably what it wants. That makes a lot more sense than what I was doing. Be super particular sometimes. Wait. I'll pay after this, I think, because I don't know what it would be. That was another one. I don't know. Okay, I'm just taking a hint. Well, that was more of a hint than I was expecting. I thought I remembered something like that, but... They all pretty much say, like, hey, you can pass now, right? What? You may pass. They're gonna make me spell Tumultuous Cave. Cause I'll do it. Alright, let me... You may pass. Really. That's different from what the others are saying. I already forgot his spells. I just see the map from here so I can check the names. Tumultuous man. I already forgot the other ones. Okay. I'm afraid if I just pay, I won't get to learn the answer. I think only one of those skeleton guys are on the left side though. So if it's a speech pattern I need to look out for, I think it's very misleading. No skeleton guy. Skeleton guy. I feel like I spelled that right. Discovered him. The Shadow Grotto. Still, I feel like there was more than one difference between these guys. Unless there's another one that's standing on the left side somewhere, but I don't remember that being the case. Is it Shadow's Grotto or Shadow Grotto? Why must I? No, I think I'm Shadow. There's shadows, I remember the ostrich. Progress. I guess he's kind of a mini-boss. Try not just to try to jump on their heads. What's this? It did say just keep running, but the other times it went much slower. Wow, okay, that was significantly faster than I was expecting. Thinking about healing, but good thing I didn't, since there's a heal spot here.
Refreshing.
Kid was stepping on that balloon. I'll just fall off a couple times while hitting those, just so I can have them down. I don't think that actually did anything, but you know, maybe on the off chance it. I cannot maneuver in this game at all. The movement is so poor. I want to do that. Okay, this brings me here, I guess. That. Maybe I didn't need to step on that. Summons the block. I need to push off. Yeah. That would probably activate this portal, I guess. thinking that would like it up. God, pushing it. Maybe that portal's open. Is there? Maybe you just step on it. Just there. Then I should jump. Is that supposed to be able to freeze the enemies? Jump on them? I just failed. Oh, I hate that. That jumped.
Gotcha!
Is that, I guess? Blocks I can throw. I'm at a total loss as to some of the stuff that it wants me to be able to do. I must be just missing something. I guess soon I'm gonna get something. I like freezing. Can I just jump on this? I don't know how to do that. Oh no, 3 switches. Oh, I thought putting them all the other way would do something. At least gets this. I either missed something really obvious or just am not supposed to be able to do it. Oh. I think I missed an enemy. Yeah, there we go. There's no way I'm getting a high score on this, but... I got all the enemies at least. So there's this way, and this way progresses the main story. I don't think I'm near the end yet. I'm probably close, but I don't think I'm near the end. It's gonna be like at least a few more locations, I think. This will do... Well, there's a place in the top left still. Then there's that other place in the center, near the Fang boss fight area. Maybe this will unlock both. Oh, there's that way too. The dialogue seems to have updated. I'm hoping that means something else is updated. I wonder if I can go to the mines at some point. I feel like I can. I have money, so I can buy it all. I'm probably gonna find them in chests. I don't want to get stuck in a position where I can't get a chest because I can't use up an item. I'll just live without them. So did that really open up someplace? Curious where this does it just lead to the bottom left area? It does. Huh, I wonder why it didn't just show this area opening up in general. It just showed this amethyst row. I have to decide if I want to keep going. Check how long I've been streaming. Over 4 hours. Wow, I was expecting that to say like 3. I mean, I think nearly the first 2 hours were barely any progress. Well, from gameplay. I had a lot of fun talking. 4. Seems like there's 4 left in the row. There's 1 here, 1 there. That's 2. That's 3. There might not be anything up there. This might just unlock in in general. There might not be anything more. Like they both lead to the same place. So I'm at 3. This doesn't seem like this one. Looks like a graphic error there. Doesn't look like there's a path race, so I'm gonna say no. So there's definitely doesn't seem to be more than 4 places to go. This might count as a place as well, but maybe down there is like another. Oh no, up here's probably 1, so that's probably 4. So these are probably the last places left. This place to the left, up, and there. So I should be almost done with the game. I'm closer to the end than I thought I was. We made a lot of progress. Yeah. Okay, I think I'm gonna end the stream here. And we can raid Trevor's. He's getting very close to the end of East 3, the Oath in Felghana. It's very near the end there, and he's playing on hard, so we can drop by and say hi to him. Thank you all very much for dropping by. I really appreciate it. Thank you all for watching and sticking around. Here's a link to the Discord if you want to drop by. It's not super active yet, but I do announce when I'm going live. And I do want to post there a little bit more. I might post there more once I beat Gurumin and Xanadu next. I might recap my thoughts there once I beat the games. I'm getting pretty close. After I beat both games, I think I'm going to have to take a break from streaming to deal with a lot of... I have a lot of stuff that's coming up that I have to deal with. And I know I want to beat both of these games before that happens. But I don't want to start committing to streaming another game after that, because I know it'll be interrupted for an amount of time that I don't really know the length of. So I might try to post more in there. But yeah, let me do the raid. I typed that wrong, didn't I? There we go. Yeah, I do definitely want to beat these 2 games, and I'll definitely give my thoughts on them, and I'll probably post my thoughts on the Discord as well. And I'm hoping to be a little more active on the Discord itself. Probably after that. And I'm probably going to take a break from streaming. And I do have some ideas of what I could stream next. I might do an Inferno difficulty run of Oath in Felghana. I don't know for sure if I want to do that. Maybe I'll wait until I can have points and stuff and make that like a redeem. I think that'd be like a good idea for one. But yeah, nonetheless, thank you all very much again for dropping by. I really appreciate having people here. Keeps me from being too silent, and makes it feel like I'm not just playing for nobody. So thank you all again. I hope you all have a wonderful rest of your day or night. And I hope you all take care. Alright, have a good one. Bye.